Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Wow, what a nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory, they say. This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person, I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history. It's possible, I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it, don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked. And we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us, biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have 21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market is set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more, who knows. I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good because it's not, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, what's going to cost more? The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days, and this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people... You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now, the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades. We're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, She doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. And it's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location. But he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It goes way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars. Totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government. And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up. take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use the machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore, because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble, because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And, you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business, and that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants, some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of this stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay, and he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant, and they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant, and we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good They couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, "How you doing?" "Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips." I said, "Really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable." "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." She said to me, "No tax on tips." I said, "Say it again." She said, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips." So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out, I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips." That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, "Sir, there should be no tax on tips," it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back and they'll say, "Sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips," and you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment, so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year, and that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every one new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news, is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years to embrace a vital industry here in Miami. I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto was under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. And don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. That's not... Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come up, please.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little shorter. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here, on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone, to give you like real estate, right?
I do.
Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who's been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. You know, he was a great real estate developer, but he had a great personality. And you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East, 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared. And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A+, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon. But I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lago. Vince Lago, thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The mayor of Doral, I love Doral, and I like this woman a lot, Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The way you had the World Cup coming, think of it, we have the World Cup coming, we have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC, but we have think of it. Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Oh, stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully, we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous, we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before, never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us, so we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda, that was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't want to mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news, but I heard they're going to war. 8 planes, 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded. But 8 planes were shot down, essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way, this has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you, let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never happened. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, He said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties. But they're all the leaders, 158 leaders. And they're saying, President, and I'm walking up to the President Donald J. Trump, and I'm looking at the teleprompter, stone cold blank. They did it on purpose. And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose. But it worked out okay. Not great people. Most important of all, for 4 weeks ago, and this is very important, we brokered the historic peace deal that ended the war in Gaza. And it's a serious end, too. You know, I read a lot of people, oh, it's very tenuous. Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say I only ended 7. But that was a tough one, right? That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying, thank you very much, because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race here, the long distance, the super, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by a woman. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is a crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good, too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be, and I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off, and we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, look, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's power and standing all over the world. But after just 1 year since that glorious election, I'm thrilled to say that America is back. America is back. Bigger, better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. Laughing at our country. We had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. Kept falling. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the stairs or the long? I say, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe. For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited, if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started. It's a golden age like you've never seen before. From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, and those car plants are pouring into our country, to the coal mines of West Virginia, those coal mines are opening up one after another. Clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say, in my administration, unless you use 2 words before it. Clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use 2 words before it, here you go, clean. He said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say 3 words and mean 2. But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud. America is confident. America is growing and successful. America is a great nation again. We're a great nation again. It's happened faster than I thought. I'll be honest again. We're respected by everybody. We are really, you see the way I get treated. I get treated that way. I guess a little has to do with me, but a lot has to do with the fact that I'm representing this country. America is respected again. America is a great nation again. The American dream is surging back to life, and we will never let the American dream die. Together we will make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer, and greater than ever before. And every day my administration will fight, 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 and America will win, win, win. I want to thank you, Miami. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything from the big to the joy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you wanna be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA until they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so dry. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can stop you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Young man, I was down with the blues.
There are moments when opportunity comes knocking and you have the chance to say yes. When things that previously seemed impossible are now within reach. As a dedicated financial partner, we
At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me. It starts with you.
Leadership starts here.
A Chewy order is on the way for Junior, who's more of a senior these days. Every holiday, Dad relies on Chewy for the gifts Junior has loved all his life.
You're looking great. Come on. Okay, buddy. Strong boy. That's a strong boy.
And gets them delivered faster than the years go by. For holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
When a pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level, that's the PIF effect.
America Business Forum proudly presents its official host, Bear.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an incredible start to the America Business Forum. I am honored to join you this afternoon as we continue these conversations that connect business and policy and the future right here in Miami, the crossroads of the Americas. You know, it was great to hear President Trump and his remarks. Didn't know that he was going to call out my son for beating me at golf, but that was fine. I did an interview with President Trump afterwards, a one-on-one interview that'll be on Special Report, my show, 6 p.m. tonight, where he made a little news. So I'll leave that as a tease. We have an exciting lineup ahead, so let's keep the energy going. Not Tony Robbins, maybe, but let's keep the energy going and dive in.
America Business Forum is proudly presents Ken Griffin, founder and CEO of Citadel. Started in a Harvard dorm room with a satellite dish and an idea. That idea became Citadel, a financial powerhouse managing nearly $70 billion, shaping the global economy through vision, precision, and relentless innovation. Under his leadership, Citadel has grown into one of the most successful investment firms in history, known for its resilience through crises and mastery of the markets. A pioneer of modern finance, a strategist who turned insight into empire. America Business Forum presents Ken Griffin. For the following interview, Brett Baer, official host of the America Business Forum, takes the stage.
All right. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Well, Mayor Suarez calls you and says, I want you to do this forum. And what do you say?
Date, time, place. Mayor of Miami is one of the greatest mayors of any city in the world. If he asked me to jump, the only answer is how high.
Well, it was pretty high. It was pretty high because you were in Hong Kong 24 hours ago. Is that right?
I was in Hong Kong yesterday. Actually, maybe today, last night.
And you just hopped off a plane and here you are.
Mayor asked me to be here. I'm here.
You know, your firm, Citadel, just celebrated its 35th anniversary on Saturday, November 1st. When you look back at this journey from a young man, as you heard, from the dorm room at Harvard, to founding Citadel, to become one of the most influential investors in the world, what were the most important turning points that you look at?
If I look at the history of Citadel, I'm going to actually echo the words of a friend of mine who is one of the great entrepreneurs of this era. The great entrepreneurs have the right toolkit, the right skills to solve the problems that are relevant to society at that point in time. And so when I started Citadel 35 years ago, it was the intersection of computers, quantitative analytics, and finance was the brave new world of Wall Street. And over the 35 years, by combining knowledge across all three spectrums, we have built one of the world's most successful investment firms.
As you look back at that dorm room for a minute, what values do you think were instilled in you early in life that have been most helpful in bringing to you where you are now?
You know, when I was a young man, I played soccer. I started playing soccer when I was 6 years old. I actually played for about 35 years of my life. And what you realize when you're playing on a team is the power of a team. And so one of the great strengths of Citadel over the last 35 years has been our constant focus on just always recruiting the best and brightest to join our team. You learn that playing team sports, winning teams are teams that collaborate well together, they communicate well together, they row in the same direction together. We look for those collaborative skills in the people that we hire, but we really do try to find the best and brightest to be part of our team.
right, so take us to 2008. Everything's falling apart. The headlines about your firm, they say, firm's steep losses, Citadel's year to forget. Take us back to that moment where it seems like the world's falling apart, and what were the most important lessons, if you taught about leadership and responsibility you face in the face of diversity and adversity?
Look, 2008 was just an absolutely devastating year for many firms in finance, right? The American banking system was on its knees, and our firm was caught in the maelstrom. The key is when you're in hell, just keep walking forward each and every day. Stay focused on where you need to get to, and keep taking the actions to get to where you need to get to. So for us in 2008, again, you saw the power of a team collaborating. My partners around the world making often tough decisions about what we needed to do to persevere through that really difficult moment.
So you've built not one, but two industry-leading firms in Citadel and Citadel Securities. What are the most important factors that keep these businesses really at the top of their game?
So when you're in a competitive dynamic, and every business is, you always have to be focused on what would the startup of this moment do to compete with you and to beat you. It's always important to never rest on your laurels, to never be complacent, and to think about where's the world heading, where are your most difficult, your shrewdest competitors going, and how do you get there first? So you can never rest on your laurels. The minute you start saying you're the best is the minute you start to write your own epitaph.
I mean, you've been great at attracting, retaining talent. What's one thing you look for in somebody that you hire?
So there's a couple things that we look for. You know, obviously, I've emphasized the importance of a person's intellectual capacity or aptitude, but those are just table stakes. What you really want is somebody who's both very bright, very driven, but who has incredible perseverance. You know, many of our colleagues are fundamental investors. They try to understand companies or predict interest rates. These endeavors are often, you make an investment choice, you're right about 53, 54% of the time.
Yeah,
I mean, could you imagine being a surgeon and almost half your patients die?
No.
Right? So my colleagues, one of the great strengths they have to have is the resilience to cope with being wrong. You know, one of the problems with grade inflation in the United States is we're not teaching young Americans what it's like to fall short. And falling short is what happens in business all the time. You need to pick yourself up, you need to put one foot in front of the next, and you need to move away from that place of failure to a better place, to a place of success. So there's a huge emphasis on perseverance and resilience in the people that we look for.
That's really interesting. You know, I tell my two boys, if you hustle, you can beat a lot of folks, maybe 90% of the folks, if you hustle, because there's always somebody chasing.
You know, I love that word hustle. And I lived in Chicago for about 30 years. And there's a great quote. Things may come to those who wait, but only those things left behind by those who hustle. Now, do you know who said that quote? It was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln gave some of the best business advice I've ever heard. Business is about hustling. It's about going the extra mile. It's about going the distance. And people forget, just to stop there for a second, successful businesses are businesses that meet the needs of their customers. And often that involves having to go the extra distance, right? You go to a great restaurant because the food's really good. Somebody makes sure that that kitchen is well run. They care about what the customer experience is. And that's so key to business, and it's often forgotten in popular literature about capitalism. Businesses that meet the needs of customers or businesses that thrive. Businesses that don't exist.
I want to talk about your passions here in Miami and education and all that you're doing, but that gives me a little entree into breaking news. Last night, Zohran Mamdani wins the mayor in New York City. There are some people looking at that saying, you know, it's a different environment for businesses. And is it going to lead to an exodus? Will there be a ton of businesses and people who come to a place like this in Miami as a result of that? Knowing what you know, and you've obviously moved to Miami from Chicago, what do you think of last night's result there?
Well, I mean, for the people of New York, I pray that the policies that Mamdani uses to govern and lead New York are different than the talking points he used to win the mayoral race. The people of New York deserve better.
And do you think it maybe leads to an exodus down here?
Right, and so if I look at Miami, and I look at why Miami is so successful, the focus on education, the focus on public safety. These are safe streets. We live in a safe city. The focus on community. This is a city that has great pride in what we've accomplished together and what we will accomplish ahead. I've lived in a failed city-state. I lived in Chicago for 30-some years. I had 2 colleagues who had bullets fly through their cars. I had a colleague stabbed outside the front door of our office. I had 25 bullet holes in the front of my building where I lived. You can't live in a city awash in violent crime and feel proud to call that place home. So I'm grateful for the leadership in the state of Florida. This is a great place to call home. And I hope and I really hope that when Mamdani thinks about leadership, he thinks about the right role models. And there's a lot to copy from our great state of Florida and from this great city of Miami.
So 2022, you move your family down here. Any like welcome to Miami culture shocks for you?
Do you know how great it is to go to dinner and people talk about their children and they talk about their future and they do so with excitement and enthusiasm? We lost that in Chicago in the last 10 years. Dinner in Chicago would be about crime, about cronyism, about failed policies in the state. It is so refreshing to be in a city where people talk about tomorrow. And I think that's a really important topic here in a roundtable on business. Entrepreneurs are people that believe in tomorrow. It's really tough to start a business. Like, don't kid yourself. You don't own your business owns you. So you have to have a great deal of optimism about the future of where you live, the community you're part of, the country you're part of, to start a business. And it is so great to see the optimism that we have here in Miami. It's really special.
It is. You know, since arriving in Miami, you've invested really heavily in this state. From education to healthcare, soccer fields, Miami. Underline your most recent gift was support of the expansion of the Success Academy Charter Network to Miami. So when you talk about education, why is education particularly important to you, and what brought you to Success Academy and bringing it here?
So let's be clear. Education is the on-ramp to the American dream. Every student in our country who has a world-class education has an extraordinarily high chance of living the life that we all dream to live. And our country lets down every student who doesn't have a great education. Because in this world where skills are so important, that on-ramp to the American dream, that road's just closed. And I've lived in a city, you know, Illinois has 50-some schools 2 years ago where not a single child performed at grade level. The American dream is closed to those children. It's a disgrace. Success Academy proves that every child can get on that on-ramp. In the city of New York, where they admit children from the inner city, 100% of their graduates go on to a college education. When you walk in their classrooms and you see the enthusiasm of the teachers, the engagement of the kids, it is so uplifting. Like, you see the future of our country, and you see it in a population that too many politicians say can't learn and can't be educated, and they make up a litany of excuses. And Eva Moskowitz proves that they're just excuses. that every child in this country deserves and has the opportunity to live the American dream.
And for all the folks who say maybe the American dream is fading away, maybe it's not what it was. First of all, you didn't land on third base with you growing up in your family history.
I mean, my father grew up one of five, both parents working to make ends meet. They certainly didn't grow up on third base. And he worked so hard to make sure that my siblings and I really did have that chance to live the American dream. In fact, what's interesting is he actually started his career when America dreamed big. He worked for General Electric on the NASA space program that put man on the moon. And I'm really grateful to have grown up in a family where there was such an emphasis on education and, frankly, such a belief in what you can do in this country, because he was part of the team that really did change history when Neil Armstrong took the first step on the moon.
You've said that you can imagine doing what you're doing for some time. But when you look at all that you're doing, the philanthropy, the business, as you look to your legacy for the next generation, what do you see?
There are many things that I believe define each of our legacies in life. I think one that strikes close to home is the children that we raise. And I really do hope that my children have the values to be contributing citizens to our country. Like, that's really important to me. That's like foremost on my list. Beyond that, I'm actually incredibly grateful for all my partners who invested so much in the colleagues who've worked at Citadel. Not only is Citadel incredibly successful, but people who've left Citadel have gone on to accomplish great things. And I think really run firms drop the acorns of success on the ground that go into the trees that create other success stories across our country. And we've put a lot of seeds in the ground. I'm really proud of what my colleagues both at Citadel and my alumni have done over the years. And then I do believe we played a pivotal role in transforming markets. We played a really important role in the democratization of finance. When I was in college in the good old days to trade stock, you'd pay a commission of $40. You'd pay a bid-ask spread of 25 cents, and you'd wait 5 minutes to get your trade done. Today in America, as a retail investor, trade for no commission, you pay a spread of about a penny, and your trade is done in about a tenth of a cent. Why do I care about this? Because roughly half of all American households own equity in America. They own stocks. They're partaking in the American dream as co-owners of our country. And we want to expand that ethos of all of us being invested in America. It helps all of us to save for our retirement, to create more jobs and more prosperity, and to understand and appreciate the importance of good laws and good policy.
You know, we said you just got off the plane from Hong Kong and you were speaking over there. As you're in Asia and you think about the economy and how it feels, what do you come away with?
So when I travel the world, in every country there is a profound respect for the entrepreneurialism of our country. In fact, that's been a really incredible source of talent for the United States. Around the world, people dream of coming here to start businesses and to build their dreams. You see it in the Fortune 500. Roughly 50% of all the Fortune 500 companies are run by immigrants or the children of immigrants. The majority of American AI startups were started by immigrants.
There you go. There is a disconnect today between the success on Wall Street and big companies really doing well and how people feel at home. And it's, you know, whether you use the word affordability, whether you talk about inflation, whether you talk, however it is, there is this dichotomy between the two. As you look at that, is that a major problem and that we need to fix as a country?
So first of all, I absolutely agree with you. I agree with you. And this is why good policy is so important, is the fruits of our economy need to be spread broadly across our people. And that's where really important and thoughtful economic policies come into play. In Washington, how do we lift all boats? That's a really key question. And we need to take a step back and say, what are the right incentives the right changes that we need to make in society so that everyone partakes in the prosperity and wealth of our country.
So to that point, what are the key drivers in this economy, the U.S. economy, over the next 12 months?
Key drivers of the next 12 months?
Because it's pretty volatile now.
Look, one of the biggest changes that we're grappling with as a country is the change in immigration policy. We've gone from a country that was creating roughly 250,000 jobs a month to about 30 to 40,000 jobs a month as we've radically shrunk the labor force. And that has profound implications, in particular for startups. Startups really need access to talented people for their founders to grow and thrive. And we've changed the dynamics of the labor pool. What really concerns me are those who've chosen not to come to our country, who bring the skills, the talents, and the ambition that help to create the American success stories. If I look at Citadel, my most senior partner was born in Ecuador. My other most senior partner was born in Australia, and one was born in Taiwan, if you sort of understand the picture. I am so grateful for all the incredibly talented people who've come to our country to call this country home. And I really do hope that we take a step back from where we are right here, right now. And let's be clear, there's a lot of anger and frustration about the chaos on our southern border that played out under the Biden administration. The unfettered immigration of millions of people, we didn't know their backgrounds, we didn't know why they were coming here. President Trump did something really great for our country in securing our border. But we need to make it clear, if you're coming to America to live the American dream and to help build this country, there's a path to citizenship. Every student from abroad who graduates from an American college should have a green card stapled to their diploma.
There you go. Could be a policy in the making. Last thing, Ken, a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of small businesses, a lot of folks who want to succeed. If you had one piece of advice as you're leaving this group, what is it?
One piece of advice. I'll go back to that opening statement. Having really good partners around you is really critical to your success. And finding somebody who complements your skills is an extraordinary asset. You know, when I think about the start of Citadel, I really surrounded myself with people who were different than I were. And that made for such a strong firm. It's so important to have complementary skills around you. And then it's really important to be thoughtful about where you're heading and to stay focused on what you need to do to accomplish that task. It's very easy to get caught up in the day-to-day, but it's very important to always take the time out to think and give consideration as to where you want to go, and then make that happen.
Ken Griffin, thank you so much for the time.
Great to see you.
PIF is one of the world's largest and fastest growing sovereign wealth funds. The United States is PIF's most important market outside of Saudi Arabia. Since 2017, PIF has directed $170 billion into the U.S. economy, fueling growth, creating opportunities, jobs, and contributing $33 billion to U.S. GDP. Together with our U.S. partners, U.S. businesses, and top global asset managers, we're advancing innovation across mobility, aviation, renewables, sport, technology, finance, and more. Strengthening markets and creating long-term value across both nations. PIF's deep U.S. commitment spans across sectors, from $23.8 billion U.S. equities and our New York office to Live Golf, CONCACAF, FIFA Club World Cup, Surge, Stake, and PFL, and Sanibils as one of Silicon Valley's largest backers in next-generation technology companies. From shared investments to shared ambition, anchored by major stakes in Lucid Motors, Savvy's $8.5 billion acquisitions of Scopely and Niantic, and Google Cloud AI centers, our partnership is building opportunities that reach far beyond today. Looking to 2030, PIF's U.S. partnership grows even stronger, creating over 500,000 American jobs and building long-term prosperity across both nations. From vision to value, PIF is invested in better.
There are moments when opportunity comes knocking, and you have the chance to say yes. When things that previously seemed impossible are now within reach. As a dedicated financial partner, we help you accomplish your largest business goals and realize your most cherished personal dreams, bringing your possibilities a little closer. City National Bank. Say yes to possibility.
At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me. It starts with you.
Leadership starts here.
America Business Forum proudly presents Stefano Domenicali, President and Chief Executive Officer of Formula One. Drive has fueled the fastest sport on earth for decades. As a former team principal at Ferrari and CEO of Lamborghini, now president and CEO of Formula One, he turns speed into strategy and passion into performance. A visionary of motion, a leader of acceleration, America Business Forum presents Stefano Domenicali. For the following interview, Brett Baer, official host of the America Business Forum, takes the stage.
Stefano. Hey, hi, Brett. Great to see you. What a day. What a day. I want to ask you, first of all, did you ever think F1 would be this big or this popular?
Well, Brett, I have to say the truth. First of all, good afternoon. I know it's been a very intense morning with a lot of energy here around. I will try to give my bit. But
you have a little Tony Robbins in you?
Well, I have to say the truth. I mean, I was not expecting that we had such a growth in this incredible country. But that's why we are here. We just to try to grab every single occasion to make this business bigger than ever. And we know that in this lovely, incredible country, we have potential to keep growing.
You know, looking back at your early life, when did you first realize that racing would be your calling?
Well, I was born in a city where, you know, quite famous in Italy for racing track. And when I was at high school, I was always going to the track to help the organizer to be part of that. And, you know, it starts since the beginning. When you live the sport in the way that I lived since I was a kid, you will hope that one day you can. But, you know, if I look back, I would never thought that was possible for me. You know, I was doing school. At the end of university, I sent my CV to a lot of companies. One of them was Ferrari, as you can imagine. I was living very close to the place where this incredible brand is and is still there. And when they hired me in 1991, I started a journey that, you know, I was not thinking it was possible for an Italian, for me, coming from a normal family, able to do, you know, step by step what I did in my career. So, well, incredible from one side, but fascinating on the other side too.
Before becoming CEO of Formula One, you had really many lives along the way. Team manager, sporting director, team principal, Ferrari executive at Audi, CEO of Lamborghini. That's a lot. Which one of those chapters do you think shaped you most as a leader?
Well, I think that no matter is your career, I think that at least my approach to that is always listening, focusing on trying to improve every day, try to give you target on what can happen in your life. And of course, you cannot choose your boss, or you can if you can, but just to try to be surrounded by people gives you right motivation. I was lucky enough to be able to grow transversally in a great company, so I was able to capture different experiences. For me, the most important thing is try to see as a leader and try to replicate the fact that you want to do something unique for the people who are working for you. You need to be a role model. You need to make sure that you don't behave the way that you want that the others behaving with you. And try to be resilient on the fact that if you believe in something, you need to take any single opportunity that you may have. You may have failure. You may have defeat. In the world of sport is happening quite often. But never give up. Stay focused.
So motorsports is kind of unique in that it's a mix of passion and pressure. So what kind of values did you lift up to kind of keep you measured in the highs and lows? Because there's a lot of them in your sport.
Well, highs and lows is part of our life. And the more you grow, the more that you have to know that the pressure is part of your sphere, is emotional, is rational, is something that you are not built for that. Of course, you cannot believe that you can have certain responsibility. So you need to take that as a sort of positive boost to try, first of all, to control yourself and try to keep the right pressure on the people working for you in a way that there is the right tension, positive one, to motivate them to improve the way that they work with you, but always never crack under pressure. Otherwise, you're going to be a disaster. And the more you are on the high side, the more the air is less. So you need to make sure you breathe every single moment in the right way.
Yeah. So as you look at your journey, what was the moment that made you feel, this is what I need to be doing, this is what I'm meant to do?
You know what? I think life is full of moments. Every single moment has to put in the perspective of what's your life and what you're living. And I think that, for example, today, the opportunity that Mayor Francis gave it to me and to us is unique. And I need to breathe because, you know, thinking that I represent an incredible sport and a human being representing, you know, people behind me that has a trust in me, a great world behind that is another moment where, you know, I go back home. Tonight I have to go to Brazil for the race thinking, you know, mission accomplished today, looking forward to the next one tomorrow.
You've led some of the most competitive people in the world. I mean, a lot of very competitive people. So what have they taught you about how they handle pressure, how they handle failure, or even maybe what they taught you about ego?
Well, ego is an approach in our world that is quite common. But that's part of the game. You know, the more you are in the high peak of sport, the more egos has to be managed. And my job is to be like a sort of director behind the scene, try to manage everything. The ego is good if it's performing the right way. We need to have, jewel. We need to have people that are the face of a sport. We need to create, or we need to have certain drama that is getting the right attention. But what you learn in a high-performance world is that the difference is here. It's the way that you approach the things. It's not on the basic things that when you are there, you need to give them for granted. It's really how to perform, how you're able, first of all, to give to yourself targets every day. I mean, I'm very basic on that. I try to be, as a reference, how many decisions I take every day. How many decisions I've taken today. Because I'm in a position where I cannot sleep. I cannot sit in a sort of comfort zone. But that's, if you take it the right way, is the way to look and to motivate the people under you to be even more protagonists. And today, I use that word because we need people that feel to be protagonists on what they're doing. At all level, at all level. We are such an incredible business now that everyone counts, everyone making the difference. So that's what I'm trying to make sure that everyone understands this. This is a matter of being unique in everything that you're doing.
I always loved looking at the cars, but I was never really into the races until my two sons got into the Netflix show, Drive to Survive. And then we went to the F1 movie and with Brad Pitt. Fell in love with it. They were already in it. Formula One, you've seen massive growth over the past few years. You've turned this into like a global phenomenon, cultural. From that Netflix to Las Vegas to engineering and emotion. And I think we have a video to watch here.
For decades, Formula One was a world of its own.
So as the sands of time run down to the end of this magnificent
in the next generation.
Yeah, I think that is crucial. I mean, today, to be relevant and current for what you're proposing is crucial. We are now in a moment where, being a global sport, worldwide sport, we have the privilege from one side to be cutting all the different community, from the, I would say with all respect, the pure fans to the high businessman that wants to be in the place to be that is Formula One today. And the only way to be relevant is to connect and speak the language of different communities. That's why, we did all these projects that at the beginning have been perceived to be non-conventional. But that's the only way to get into new community, new sort of fans. That's why we did deals with Lego, with Disney, with the fact that we want to connect with the younger generation. We need to talk with their language. We need to talk with their way of talking and communicating. Otherwise, we'll be out. We were a world, our sport were very strong on linear TV. And if we didn't move from there to the fact that every country has a different way to connecting on talking about us, wouldn't be so successful. So listening, watching, being humble and trying to be progressive in all the way that you can do it at all levels. Of course, we keep the sport at the center. We are racing sport. Technology is very, very relevant. But if we are not able to convey the fact that today we are not competing against the other biggest sport, we are competing against other form of entertainment. That's a fact. That's why we need to be relevant once again in all the community that we are trying to connect.
So you've expanded to new markets, the US, the Middle East, Asia. How do you determine what makes the next great market? And how do you balance protecting the history, tradition of F1 at some of the long-time places?
Well, for sure, Brad, tradition or historical places has a great value. But only if there is a trajectory versus the future. If we go in a place that is only looking back at the history, I'm sorry, it's game over. They are more lucky than the others because they have foundations that are stronger. But our duty today, where we have an incredible venues all around the world, we race in 24 places as I said, around the world. We need to try to make sure that we find the right mix between the new places, street circuits, or other communities that can bring value to our sport. For example, here in Miami, it's a couple of years we are building phenomenal events, and I have to thank the promoter here, you know, and they are magic because they understand the philosophy of our sport and applying that to the philosophy of Miami, Florida, US. That's the key of our success.
How many of you went to the F1 here in Miami? Yeah. You have a lot of fans here. So.
We have space to improve, you see.
I think so.
I have to take that. For the ones that take hands off, I hope next year you're going to have the chance to come with us.
So we're talking about, you know, expanding and then also protecting the soul. You know, you personally guard F1's kind of spirit as it becomes more global and commercial. But can it go too global, too commercial? Or do you think about that?
Well, you know, it's not too global, too commercial. It's the fact that if we want to survive in the ecosystem, we need to understand what is all around the world. And therefore, keeping the center racing, that is fundamental for us, we need to build around the dress that is good in order to be attractive. And today, if you are not having a proposition done from the sporting perspective, from the commercial perspective, from the marketing perspective, from the technological perspective, we're going to be not successful. And the world is running so fast that if you're not able to stay on top of the wave, we're going to fade down. That's why it's so crucial that we are a small organization in a way. We need to be listening to our promoters around the world, to our broadcasters around the world, to our fans around the world. So that's why we are shifting our way of living the sport from a B2B perspective to a B2C. We want to get in touch with our customer, with our fans. And that's the only way for us to keep being relevant for the future.
So next season, there's some new hybrid engines running on advanced sustainable fuel. Will fans be able to notice a difference, these changes?
Well, I think that the puristic fans, the super avid fans, they understand exactly what we're talking about. For us, it's relevant to be talking of something in terms of sustainability where it's relevant for the world. We didn't believe in the full electrification since the beginning, with all respect. We said that the hybrid represents the future of mobility with sustainable fuel. And if you think that today we are talking about a fleet of normal cars, more than 1.8 billion, just cars, you need to add commercial vehicle, trucks and so on, you know that it's impossible to fully electrify the world. So the only way to go and to keep the mobility at the right level of technologies to go to hybridization. We were the first in 2014 to be with the hybrid engine. We didn't sell that story very well, but now we want to make sure that everyone understands that sustainability is part of our project. That's why, you know, we take the commitment to be neutral, carbon neutral within 2030. That's why, together with the promoter, together with the logistics, because we are traveling around the world, we have seriously committed to this goal that is relevant for our society. And that's why, if I may, I do believe that our goal is to try to be as relevant as possible. And the only way to be relevant, for example, in this fantastic country, is to try to see if every morning, when you wake up, on top of your news, about the news on NBA, NFL, soccer, because now Gianni will be a big push on football in this country, we'll have news, we'll talk about Formula 1. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do because we are resilient. We're going to don't give up to the end.
So obviously CEOs like yourself, Ken Griffin, others, have lessons learned. What works, what doesn't. What advice would you give other sports leagues looking to expand globally?
Well, I think that if you want to expand globally, you need to understand the culture of the different countries. We cannot give it for granted that something that is successful in one place is the same on the other side. So what we need to do is to make sure that we do the right synthesis to have one product that is successful all around the world. That is not easy, but it's the beauty of our job.
That's pretty good. You know, Formula One pushes the boundaries of technology. It also pushes the boundaries of human courage. If you watch these guys going across the tracks all over the world, how do you see the spirit inspiring kind of broader change when it comes to something like sustainability, when it comes to something like, plugging into your community, that sort of thing?
Well, I think that F1 is fascinating in my perspective, in my opinion, because it is something that is involving the human being at all levels, at the maximum level of competition. And we are performing, if you think about what our drivers, they are fighting for tenths of a second. We're talking a difference between one or the other of a blink of an eye. So how you can perform as much as you can to make sure that you're faster than your colleague. And this is involving not only your skill, but also the skill of the engineering that is around you. We are talking about the precision that is in a millisecond difference, so it's fascinating. And the technology, we are talking a lot about AI, has to be a service to that. We will never see Formula One where the human being is not the differentiating factor. That's the beauty of our sport. It's non-negotiable in a world where technology is part of our DNA for sure.
But AI is changing things, right? From the engineering, from how you operate.
Yeah, in our TV production, AI is helping us to give information quicker. We want to give the radio messages in real time. We want to try to avoid delays that are not good for the narrative of what we are doing. Therefore, it is there, but it's helping the people to understand better, helping the technology, as I said, to make sure that at the end of the day, the difference in the hands and the head of our drivers.
Looking at the F1 movie with Brad Pitt, it was a great movie, and it was exciting. And there was this question about what percentage of Formula One victors is the driver, and what percentage is the team and that car and making that car what it is?
Well, for sure, if you have a very bad team or a bad car, even if you are the best in the world, you cannot win unless you are very lucky. Therefore, everything has to be pushed to the limit. At the end of the day, in certain conditions, the driver is the one who is able to make the difference, for sure. But that's why we call our team sport, because without having a good team of mechanics, of engineers, of people that are working to make sure that you have a better car than the other, the best team in the world cannot win. It's a team spirit work. It's, in any case, something that is relevant to the fact that, the drivers are only 20 in the world. They are, in a way, doing an incredible job where the pressure is very high, when they have to make, in a blink of an eye, decision that a normal human being will not be able to take. And what is fascinating, and what I lived in these 30 years of my experience in Formula One, they are able to slow down every single frame at the highest speed ever, in order to, every single frame that is passing through their mind, maximize the performance. This is something incredible, if you think.
So decades from now, as you deal with future fans, let's say, looking back at this era, what do you want them to feel about the journey of Formula One? What do you want your legacy in shaping this to be?
Well, I don't want to say it's ours. It's a part of all the stakeholders, the teams, our team, because it's such an incredible privilege to be leading this sport. But it's a teamwork. I think that for me, the relevant things to say is that we are shaping the sport that is adapting on the evolution of the world, keeping, the DNA racing at the center, but not sleeping in the old good days, but always looking every day ahead.
What are you most looking forward to, most excited about this new season?
Well, first of all, we have still 4 races to go with a lot of action. The first 3 drivers are very, very close, so there will be a lot of incredible fight on the track. In Brazil, next Sunday, the weather shouldn't be so good, so it will be another element of uncertainty. And so, first of all, we're going to have another end of the season that will be hopefully fantastic from the sporting perspective. And next year, with the new regulation, there will be a reset. We have new teams coming in. We have US bringing up, Cadillac, Ford coming in, Audi, Honda. So I go back to what I said before. The more we are able to bring elements of being progressive in our proposition, the more we're going to be successful in the future.
Stefano, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks to you all. Grazie. Un saluto a tutti. Ciao.
he turned the world's game into a global movement, uniting nations, players, and fans under one passion. The man who connected sports, leadership, and business. A leader whose game needs no introduction. America Business Forum presents Gianni Infantino. For the following interview, Carlos Diaz Rosillo, founding director of the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, takes the stage of America Business Forum.
Gianni Infantino, here we are. Thank you. Thank you, Miami.
Thank you.
Gianni, mi piacerebbe tantissimo fare questa intervista in italiano.
Benissimo.
Però nessuno capirebbe.
Va
già,
bene.
Facciamola in inglese.
Facciamola in inglese.
Facciamola.
Ok. We speak English or Italian? You see?
Italiano, español.
Vamos a español.
Español también podemos. Gianni, you grew up in Switzerland, in the heart of Europe, in a part of the world where football is essential. When did you know that this was going to be the path for you?
Oh, that's a tough question. I don't know. I don't know when I really knew that this is the path for me. But it's true that I grew up in Switzerland, the son of Italian immigrants, and football from the moment I was very small was a way. Football or soccer? Maybe we should actually clarify this.
Football, right?
Football. Shall we clarify it? Okay. So stay with me. Are there Americans here in the room?
A lot.
Yeah? Okay. So just stay with me 1 second, then I come back to your question. But so we, right, all of us, basically outside of this beautiful country, we call football a game that we play with our feet. That's why we call it football. Right? You, in this beautiful country, you call football a game you play with your hands. Now, I don't know who's right or who's wrong, but anyway, we can call it soccer or football. It doesn't really matter as long as we have fun and enjoy. And I come back to your question because I realized, certainly as a child, to play football or soccer was a way to be integrated in the society, in a foreign country, as an immigrant, to come together, to unite and to play football. And obviously as an Italian, where football is a religion, you grow up as a fan of a club, as a fan of the national team. At that time, the Italian national team was quite strong. Today, a little bit less, but we won the World Cup in 1982. As Italian, this was I was 12 years old, and this was a very, very strong moment where I fall in love, really, with the game.
Great. So I prepared a few questions. I hand wrote them, but I think I want to ask you a few of the questions, but I'm going to wing it and just go with the flow so that people get to know you. The world knows you, but I feel that in the United States, people don't know you as well as they should know you. So part of what I want to do is, over the next several minutes, have this wonderful audience and people watching remotely get to know Gianni Infantino. And so I'll mix some questions that I prepared, and then I'll wing part of them.
Here we are.
Today, you lead the world's most popular sport. When you think of the boy that you once were in Switzerland, what would surprise that boy most about the man that we have here before you?
Well, I think it's actually kind of impossible that a boy, son of Italian immigrants in Switzerland, could become FIFA president. This is something which is kind of unimaginable. But if you think about it, and if I think about it, you know, I realized also pretty young that my skills as a football player were not really the ones of anyway close to the one who will speak after me here, Leo Messi. So I realized that if I ever want to touch the World Cup, I need to become FIFA president because I can never touch it as a player.
And you did.
Right? So I had to become FIFA president. But I was passionate about football from very young, and with a group of friends, we took over the local Italian team in the Swiss mountains, with actually a very important argument when we had the elections. You know, we saw the President Trump earlier. We won the election to take over this Italian club with the killer argument, which was that my mother was ready to wash the jerseys of the team for free. So we won the election, we took over the team, and we organized matches, players, and so on. And finally, I do the same now. I organize events, I organize tournaments. Different magnitude, I find sponsors and broadcasters, but it's still the same passion and the same joy.
You mentioned President Trump, you mentioned Leo Messi, which reminds me, this is a really tough spot to be doing the interview. We followed President Trump, amazing speech, yes. And now, after this, is Leo Messi.
We are the halftime show,
there
right?
We go. There we go.
Between Trump and Messi. I mean, this is...
So not to put you on the spot...
You can clap.
So Leo Messi, as you know, is admired all over the world. Not to put you on the spot and ask you about somebody that you admire in football, but outside football, who is somebody that you admire, somebody who taught you an important lesson in life?
Well, for the lessons in life, I mean, definitely my father. My father, and my mother, my parents, who taught me, you know, everything about having, of course, to work hard, to work in an honest way, to have dignity always in what we do, to respect the others, but also to always remember to, you know, to be happy with what you have and in what you do. And finally, that's what football is about. It's about happiness and joy, isn't it?
And I mentioned Messi and also President Trump. It's very obvious from not only his remarks here today, but for many remarks he has made about you, that the two of you have a very good relationship. Part of the job of FIFA president is to get along with everybody, right? You are a manager, you manage the world's biggest soccer organization, football organization, but you also have to be a politician, a diplomat. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with President Trump.
I have a great relationship. I'm really lucky. I have a great relationship with President Trump, who I consider really a close friend. But of course, he's been and is very, very helpful in everything we do for the World Cup. He was the president. He mentioned it today when the US, together with Canada and Mexico, was awarded the World Cup. And he's really engaged. He has such an incredible energy. And this is something that I really admire. He does things. He does what he says. He says what he thinks. He says actually what many people think as well, but maybe don't dare to say. And that's why he's so successful.
That's right.
And I have to say, I am a bit surprised sometimes when I read some comments, some negative comments, because as far as, I'm not American, but as far as I understand, President Trump was elected in the United States of America. He was quite clearly elected.
Very much so.
And when you are in such a great democracy as the United States of America, you should first of all respect the results of the election,
absolutely,
right? And then, you know, again, he was elected based on a program, based on what he said, and he's just implementing what he said he would do. So I think we should all support what he's doing, because I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And for FIFA, even more.
And so, speaking of President Trump, he's not only the president of the United States, but now he's the head of the Kennedy Center. Yeah. In exactly a month, on December 5th, at the Kennedy Center in Washington, it will be the World Cup draw. And it's been announced today that on that occasion, you're going to award the FIFA Peace Prize. Football unites the world.
Yes.
Two questions about that. The first one is, tell us a little bit more about this new Peace Prize.
Well, you know, we thought that our motto in FIFA is that football or soccer unites the world. It brings people together from the entire planet. I mean, the world stands still when the World Cup is played. We have had the last World Cup in Qatar, where we had 3.5 million spectators in the stadium, 5 billion viewers on TV. This will be even bigger here because we will have 7 million spectators in the stadiums, and we'll have 6 billion people watching it on TV. And millions will come to the United States, to Canada and to Mexico to stay together, to unite, to enjoy, to learn, to know one another. So in 1 month we play 104 matches. This is like 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. This is the magnitude of what football is about. So we want to unite, and we want to contribute to unite. And when we see what is happening in our world today, which is a very divided world, I think, and we think in FIFA, that we need to find more occasions to bring people together, because only if people come together and they speak to each other, they can understand each other. So we think that all those who are involved in football, they actually do something like I was doing or my parents were doing when we were children, to unite, to bring people together, different communities, different people. And we believe that peace in the world is something which is so important, and we have to support it, because that's about unity and about peace, and we have to support anyone who is doing something special. So we thought we have to bring to life the FIFA Peace Prize. The first edition will be happening this year. We will award it on the 5th of December, in 1 month from now, in Washington, D.C., at the occasion of the draw for the World Cup, because we'll have the global audience, we'll have 1 billion people watching the draw. The draw is where we set the match schedule for the World Cup. And this is the right platform to award somebody who has done so much or is doing so much for peace, because we need that. Football helps a little bit, but then we need leaders who push it into the goal, right? And to score the goal.
And so I don't think you're going to answer this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is the recipient of that first award somebody that we saw earlier today?
Maybe you, or... Well, on the 5th of December, you will see.
We'll find out. Okay. A lot of people don't know that FIFA is a not-for-profit organization.
Yes.
That does a lot of good all over the world. Of course, FIFA is an organization that with all the proceeds it gets, gives back to communities the world over. Tell us a little bit about what FIFA does for communities around the world.
Well, I think that's an important, really an important point. I mean, people don't know that FIFA is a non-for-profit organization. All the revenues that we generate from a World Cup are reinvested in the game. As we speak now, we are organizing a women's under-17 World Cup in Morocco, and the boys under-17 World Cup in Qatar, with teams from all over the world. And all our revenues go into organizing these events, but go as well in development programs all over the world. FIFA has 211 countries which are part of FIFA, more than the United Nations. And our objective, our aim is, on one side, to make football truly global, but on the other side also to give every talent in every corner of the world the opportunity and the chance to dream. And if you can give to a child, if you can give him a ball like this, right? Look, already, look the smile, look the smile. Huh? Immediately, you have a ball, you smile.
Can I keep it?
Children, this is more than a ball, right? This is a magic object which transforms children or people in happy people or happy children. Because as soon as you have it, you smile. And if you can give to a child an opportunity, a chance, a hope, to become the next Messi, but also just to become a better man or woman, then I think we've done something great. And all our revenues go back into the game in 211 countries in the world in order to make sure that children, girls and boys, can do something. And we invest in women's football in Sudan or in North Korea or in Saudi Arabia, everywhere in the world, in Qatar, in men's, in boys. And this is exactly what makes football so special.
It's not only a beautiful ball, but I'm looking, it's an official ball, and it's signed by you. So
signed by me.
Very special ball.
Maybe if I can propose something.
Yes.
You should kick it into the audience at the end of the interview. And wait. And the one who gets it
gives it to me. No?
He will get 2 tickets for the World Cup match, for a World Cup match here in Miami.
No, okay. Wow.
But you have to kick it far, huh?
Kick it far.
Or close. It's up to you.
Wow.
I don't take responsibility.
Okay, we'll do it. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at this one here.
Okay, you need to wait another few minutes, huh? That's fantastic.
Right here. There we go. Golazo. You mentioned
Golazo.
Qatar, and I believe I want to ask you about Qatar. I believe we have a video that we're going to show, and then I'll ask you a question about the subject of the video. So
Let's
we can
look at
watch the video.
Today I feel Qatari.
Qatar 2022, the most questioned World Cup in history, a tournament surrounded by doubt,
to connect. And I have to say as well, I'm lucky enough that I'm in charge of a sport which is like the best sport in the world, but also which connects immediately people, right? You have immediately something to, thank you, something to speak about. You just go somewhere, you mention any name of, I don't know, Maradona or Pelé or Messi or Ronaldo, whatever, and then you immediately discuss, you immediately speak, you immediately engage, or you take a ball and you kick it, and immediately people smile and are happy. So I'm lucky, and I try to cherish this luck in the best possible way.
When you talked about the FIFA Peace Prize, you talked about not only world peace, but also unity. Is there a specific match or moment in a match where you felt that unity that FIFA brought particularly powerfully?
You know, there are, I don't know, there would be so many moments, and I always want to believe that the next one will be a special one. Like you mentioned, the World Cup in Qatar was a very strong moment. That final, you can ask Leo Messi later on. I mean, that final was something out of this world. I mean, we were lucky enough to witness this incredible final that Argentina won. I mean, it was so special. But you know, the great thing about football is that it brings you, and it writes new, beautiful stories every day. Last week, I attended a game that we organized for the first time between, we created the national team of girls and women from Afghanistan. Refugees, they had to leave the country. We helped them a few years ago when they had to leave the country. We helped them to leave the country. Some went to Australia, others went to England, others to Italy, to Portugal, some are here in the States. And after a few years, we decided to create a national team, and they called themselves a women's national team, and they call themselves Afghan Women United. Women from Afghanistan living now all over the world, coming together to play football and to play against other teams and to share a very, very strong emotional moment. But like this, you know, I could mention so many.
Let me ask you about a potential other moment. Football is a game of heartbreak as much as triumph. When did football break your heart? Has it broken your heart? Let me ask.
Well, yeah, no, of course. I mean, my beautiful wife is there, but my first love was football, so... she says it always to me. That's why I can say that. But it's true that football is such a special sport. I mean, when the World Cup is on, it's not just 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. It's like when Brazil plays, if you go to Brazil during a match of Brazil, everything is empty, right? Argentina is the same, Colombia is the same, right? Nobody's on the street, there are no crimes. The crime rate is low as ever during the World Cup because people are just so passionate. People, they cry when they win or they cry when they lose. It doesn't matter. You just cry because you are happy or because you're sad. You just cry in football. And I mean, for me, I remember 1978, the World Cup. I watched it on TV with my father. It was a World Cup in Argentina. 1982, of course, when Italy won a World Cup and I was 12 years old. That was quite a strong moment. And when you get this virus of the game, and I really call on everyone here to be injected with the virus. There is no vaccine and nothing that you can take against that. But it's a beautiful one. It's a happy one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Football has brought joy to billions of people around the world, but it has also instilled a sense of responsibility on those who play it. Looking ahead, how do you want the game to influence the values and the mindset of the next generation? Of the next generation?
Well, you know, football has taught me so many lessons for life, and I think football is teaching to every child, every girl and every boy, so many lessons for their life. We have design in FIFA together with UNESCO and with UNICEF a program that we call Football for Schools, in which we don't teach how to play football, but we use the hook of the ball in classrooms to say to children, okay, today we speak about football, and then we take the ball like this, we put it on the desk, right? And everyone listens. And you put the ball on the desk, and you can start speaking about anything, about violence, about discrimination, about racism, about respect, about nutrition, about any topic you want, just taking the hook or the excuse of football. So football teaches you so many lessons. And that's why we need to bring it all over the world, and we need to continue to develop it. The most important, I think, of these lessons that football is teaching, besides the team spirit and the joy and the happiness, is, I think, resilience. Because in football, you can win, you learn to win, but you lose as well. You learn to lose. I certainly lost many more games than I won. But the great thing that football teaches you is that when you win a game, right, you are happy. You go home, even if you play with friends, you go home, you are happy, you smile. You are happy until the next game. When you lose a game, you go home, you are sad, you are angry. But you are angry for an hour, a couple of hours, maybe one day. Then you know that there is the next game that is coming, and you're going to win that next game. So it teaches you, as a child, to stand up after a defeat and to go for it, and to want to fight and to win that next game, which is coming for sure. So these lessons, we need to cherish them, we need to bring them to the schools, and we need to develop the game and make it even bigger and better all over the world.
At the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned that when you were a boy, if you wanted to touch the World Cup, you thought that you had to become FIFA president, and you did. What do you want young people to know about the power of resilience and the power of believing in the idea that you can do anything you want to do if you put your mind to it?
Well, I mean, if you believe in something and you follow it with hard work, with passion, with your heart, then nothing is impossible. I mean, if a little boy who was born in a Swiss village in the middle of the Swiss Alps can become FIFA president and sit here in front of this incredible crowd in this beautiful city of Miami, then definitely everything is possible.
Absolutely. They won the ball. In just a few months, your presidency at the head of FIFA will turn 10. So you're going to be president for 10 years and counting. How has your tenure, in your opinion, changed FIFA?
Well, that's... what do you think? How has it changed FIFA?
Thumbs up?
Well, no, we worked very hard in the last 9 years to make FIFA truly global, to bring FIFA and football everywhere in the world. As I mentioned, when I was elected FIFA president, it was probably the darkest hour of FIFA. We brought back respect, and I think that's the most important element. We brought back respect to FIFA and for FIFA, and we continue and we will continue to just make people a little bit happier. And if people are a little bit happier, then, you know, the whole world is a little bit better, I think.
So a follow-up question. After you step down, how do you want people to remember your leadership style and your leadership at the helm of FIFA?
I will think about that when I step down. I will let you know.
In many, many years from now.
I come back and then I let you know. For now, I enjoy too much what I'm doing.
And you're good at it. So, most World Cups take place in one country. We've had some that have taken place in 2 countries. The next one will take place in 3 countries. In Mexico, in Canada, and right here in the United States. Of course, in Miami.
Yeah,
as well.
in Miami.
what can we expect?
And by the way, Francis Suarez, who was mentioned a few times, I don't know if he's around somewhere, but he has been really instrumental with the World Cup here in Miami. Need to say that.
So what can we expect about this new edition of the World Cup right here in North America?
Well, I really don't know if Americans realize what is going to happen. Mexicans, they get it probably a bit more because they know more about football. Canadians are even more north. So, but what will happen in this country is something incredible. I mean, let me say one more thing first, because after you're going to conclude, I guess, since we are in a business forum here, so there are business people here as well. I need to say one thing about business as well. Otherwise, they think I'm just, kind of having fun as a president. But I need to. The business has to also work. So, the football GDP, global football GDP, is around $300 billion a year. Out of these 300 billion, 70% is generated in Europe, but mainly from outside of Europe. In the US, it's around 10 billion. If the US would be doing, and this is an advice to all business people in this room to invest in FIFA and in football, if the US would be doing one third of what European countries do, we would speak about 110 billion, instead of 10, 110 billion GDP in the US.
Wow.
So, this to say that there is such a big potential, and I think that those Americans, why I say this, because I think that those Americans who didn't or don't realize what is happening next year, they will realize it, because this country and Canada and Mexico will be, flipped upside down, back up, back down. You will have a horde of barbarians, but happy barbarians, invading the country, with the result that soccer or football will conquer America. This is a country that's never been conquered. For the first time, we will conquer America. This, I announce it here officially.
There we go. And that's a very good point, because it's not just the ticket sales. It's the incredible injection into the economies of every one of the cities that will be hosting games, like Miami, from tourism, from hotels, from restaurants, from ticket sales, from souvenirs. So it's an incredible engine of economic growth that FIFA will bring to these three countries.
Yes, it is an incredible economic impact of, only the World Cup has an economic impact of around 40 billion, 200,000 jobs, which will be created, 5-6 million people coming here to watch the games, but also, to enjoy their holidays in Miami Beach or anywhere else in beautiful Florida. So it moves so much, and not just that, because the entire world will be focused on North America, on Canada, Mexico, and the United States next year. I was mentioning the figure of 6 billion. 6 billion people will be watching the World Cup. I mean, the Super Bowl is watched by 120 million people, 130 million. We have 6 billion people watching the World Cup. This means that the eyes of the world will be focused
right here
on Miami and the rest of North America.
Absolutely. I have a couple more questions, and the next one is about education.
I mean, he has to go. We can say he has to go on asking questions, because I think we need to gain some time for.
So Leo Messi is on his way.
We are the warm-up act for Leo Messi to come. So get ready for Leo, huh?
So in American politics, we'll say we're filibustering. We're trying to extend this. No, this is a pleasure and an honor for me. Let me ask you about education. So I run a center at a university, Florida International University, which now is the 5th biggest university in the country.
Fifth
biggest.
Wow.
Let me ask you about the role of education. I believe that, sports and education go hand in hand. Tell us a little bit about, in your view, the role of education and how important it is to not only take care, of course, of your body, to have athletes that are good at what they do. You want your athletes to be the best in the world, but also the role of education.
Well, education is future. In FIFA a few years ago, we created a FIFA Foundation, and when you have a foundation, you receive a lot of requests, and every request is, worth help and helping, right? But you cannot do everything, of course. So we were thinking, what should we focus? There are so many good causes around the world, and we decided that we should focus on education. Because education is future, education is hope, education is opportunity. And if our children are well educated, and part of the education is also, maybe it sounds stupid, but it's also football and participating in World Cup and getting to know each other. So if our children are well educated, then they will find solutions to all the problems that affect our world. Not just we're speaking about peace or war, but any other problem. So we have to invest and believe very much in education. That's why we designed as well this program, Football for Schools, which is for children from 5 to 15 years of age. Again, not to learn how to play football, but to be educated a little bit with or thanks to the help of football. But we need to bring back the right values of our world. I mean, you were speaking earlier about the FIFA Peace Prize. I was surprised recently that I've been in Sharm el-Sheikh, where the peace in the Middle East agreement was signed, and I was surprised that about war, everyone speaks the whole time. You can read, you open any media in the world, there are journalists here, media representatives, you can read about war every day. About peace, one day, and that's it. It's not right.
That's right.
We need to support the peace process. We need to help, we need to push. It's not just for one person or one group of persons or one country to believe in it. Everyone has to play its own role, and we need to come back to these values. And for this, coming back to these values, the education, I think, is crucial.
Absolutely. Let me ask you one concluding question. You get to hang out with really interesting people. We mentioned President Trump, Leo Messi, really, really fascinating people. What gets you going? What excites you?
What? Exactly. My wife.
Good answer. She's right here in the front row. But besides FIFA, what keeps you going every day?
I don't know. I do the best job in the world. That helps, of course, to keep going.
You really do have a very cool job.
No, I have the best job in the world, so that helps. But as I was saying, I was kind of doing the same when I was a young boy or man, and I was dealing with the local football club in our village, trying to convince my mother to wash the jerseys. Now I have to try to convince some big sponsors to give us a few 100 million to be able to reinvest them in some countries in Asia or Africa or whatever. So, I travel the world. I've been in 180 countries.
Wow.
Still a few more to go. And
very few.
I can say, but everywhere you go, every smile of every child you can see who kicks a ball like that ball that you have there is giving you the energy to just do more. It's simple as that.
That's great. Thank you. So I was hoping that you would make news by letting us know who would be the recipient of the FIFA Peace Prize. I didn't succeed in
1 month to go.
Yeah, I didn't succeed in that. So I want to make news.
Okay.
At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom that I run here at FIU, we have an annual event where we recognize the work of outstanding individuals. We give one to a foreign head of state, to an American statesman, statesperson, to an international business leader, an American business leader, an entertainer. Emilio Stefan was here, got it a year ago.
Emilio's here.
Emilio's here.
Where is Emilio? Emilio Stefan.
He's here somewhere.
Clap hands for Emilio. I mean, he's a true legend. Huh?
He got the Entertainment Award a year ago. And so, starting next year, I want to give an award to somebody who has made a difference in the world of sports. And we would be honored if you would be the first recipient of that award. It will be right here in Miami in May. So thank you.
What an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your leadership, for your humility, and for allowing us to learn about you. So
thank you so much. Grazie mille.
Okay.
And now the ball, huh?
Wow.
Are you ready?
Okay.
Are you ready for the ball?
So this is exciting, but I'm afraid that if I kick somebody in the head, I'm going to get sued.
Do you have a good insurance? Come on, come on, come on. Come on.
All right. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Wait. Let's count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey! Whoa! As the tallest guy. Thank you so much.
Tall guy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level. That's the PIF effect.
Bienvenidos a Uruguay, un país que sorprende. Acá hay paisajes que te hacen decir sorprende con mucho gusto. Con la calma.
For the following interview, Francis Suarez, mayor of the city of Miami, takes the stage of America Business Forum.
Bárbaro. Bárbaro. Gracias, amigo. Por favor. Messi, 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 Messi. Gracias, gracias Leo. Gracias por el honor de estar aquí. Es un honor enorme tenerte aquí en Miami, en el American Business Forum. Has inspirado, obviamente, a millones y millones de personas dentro y fuera de la cancha. Y hoy queremos hablar no solo de ti como futbolista histórico, que todos conocemos, sino también como el ser humano detrás de los logros, del líder, del padre, que sigue soñando y construyendo. Ahora, oye, déjame decirte, Leo, tuvimos a muchos invitados especiales hoy, pero nadie tuvo esta reacción. Increíble. Ni presidentes, te lo digo. Ahora, wow. Ahora, vamos a traerte al Leo de 13 años y que estaba al punto de subirte en la montaña rusa, y al Leo de 15 años que lloraba en silencio en Barcelona, lejos de su casa, luchando por su lugar. ¿Cómo te sentiste en ese momento cuando tú eras jovencito, tratando de encontrar tu piso en el mundo?
Bueno, primero, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por el recibimiento, el cariño. Bueno, la verdad tuve dos ocasiones donde tuve que viajar solo a Barcelona, porque primero fui por 15 días, donde estuve conociendo el club, estuve entrenando y tuve 15 días con mi papá. Después volvimos y después regresamos toda la familia. Y la verdad que no fue fácil, más allá de que siempre estuve acompañado de mi familia. Era un cambio muy grande para mí porque era todo nuevo, no solo para mí, sino para mi papá, mi mamá, mis hermanos. Nosotros teníamos la vida en Rosario, con amigos, el colegio. Era como empezar de cero, ¿no? Y la verdad que fue duro porque se extrañaba mucho. Nosotros somos muy apegados a nuestras raíces, nuestra gente, nuestra familia. Y bueno, fue difícil porque en el medio hubo situaciones duras, pero nunca dudé y nunca di un paso atrás. Tenía clarísimo lo que yo quería, iba en búsqueda de mi sueño y bueno, seguimos adelante como familia y yo al mismo tiempo en lo individual continuamos en búsqueda de eso.
Por supuesto, llegaste a ser campeón. Y pregunta para ti, los campeones, pregunta sencilla, ¿los campeones se hacen o se nacen?
No, bueno, yo siempre dije que Dios me regaló un don, que me eligió a mí, y yo desde muy chiquito fui así, lo tuve, pero después en el camino hice mucho sacrificio, mucho esfuerzo para fortalecer todo ese don que tenía, porque hay mucha gente que tiene muchas condiciones, siempre hablando de fútbol, ¿no? De muchas condiciones, gente muy buena en toda parte del mundo, pero para ser profesional hay que hacer un sacrificio muy grande y yo siempre lo tuve como meta, hice todo lo posible para poder conseguirlo, pero como dije al principio, soy un agradecido a Dios porque Él me dio lo principal.
Por supuesto, tuviste que transicionar entre clubes. Una vez, obviamente, en París y otra en Miami. ¿Cómo fue el proceso de reinventarte y transicionar de uno al otro?
Bueno, la verdad que la primera salida de Barcelona, por decirlo de alguna manera, a París fue dura porque nosotros vivimos toda la vida en Barcelona, estábamos muy bien, la familia, los nenes, teníamos todo, crecimos todos. Yo, imagínate que me fui con 13 años, hice toda mi vida. Mi mujer llegó cuando tenía 20, 21 años por primera vez a la ciudad. Y bueno, nunca son fáciles los cambios y tener que adaptarnos. Pero la verdad que nos adaptamos bien a la ciudad, los nenes también en su día a día, igual que mi mujer. Pero bueno, como dije varias veces, yo a nivel futbolístico y de día a día no la pasaba bien, no me divertía por un montón de cosas, por esto mismo también, que era todo nuevo para mí, muy diferente a lo que estaba acostumbrado. Pero bueno, más allá de eso me quedo nos quedamos con muchas cosas positivas que vivimos en familia y que nos ayudaron para seguir creciendo y para la vida en general.
Y después a Miami, por supuesto. ¿Viniste aquí?
La verdad que ese cambio fue diferente porque fue una decisión en familia, la cual decidimos seguir mi carrera, seguir mi carrera profesional en Miami y creo que eso significa mucho, ¿no? Elegir donde uno quiere estar y poder hacerlo hace que las cosas sean mucho más fácil. Y después de que llegué acá a Miami fue espectacular. Primero el vivir en esta ciudad increíble y después el cariño de toda la gente del primer día. Del primer día fue impresionante y bueno, hoy es una muestra más, el recibimiento y con toda esta gente, así que muy agradecido.
Bueno, hablemos de Argentina, pero antes pasamos a la pantalla.
In 2016, the unthinkable happened. A missed penalty.
y del país, ¿no? Quedó demostrado cómo lo festejó el país, la necesidad y la gana que teníamos de que suceda, que vuelva a suceder después de tanto tiempo que había pasado. Y para mí fue especial, primero porque como para un jugador ganar el Mundial creo que es lo máximo, ¿no? Es como cualquiera en su trabajo, en cualquier profesional, poder llegar a lo máximo. No hay más, después del Mundial no se puede pedir más nada. Y encima yo había tenido la suerte de haber conseguido todo antes, a nivel de club, a nivel individual. Habíamos conseguido también con la selección Copa América, era la que faltaba también, ¿no? Entonces era como cerrar toda mi carrera con ese trofeo.
Y vemos los momentos de victoria y los momentos de oscuridad, de fracaso. ¿Cómo tú lidias con esos momentos?
Bueno, la verdad que siempre intenté de sacar cosas positivas de todas esas derrotas. Primero entender que puede pasar, que es un deporte y a veces se gana y se pierde. A nadie nos gusta perder, pero es el deporte, es así, pasa en todos lados. Y después con lo de siempre, ¿no? Con mi familia, con mi gente. En los peores momentos es cuando la gente que te quiere de verdad realmente está al lado tuyo. Y así fue toda mi carrera, rodeado de mi familia, de mi gente cercana. Y creo que en los fracasos esos son las personas fundamentales.
Muchos mortales sueñan con ser campeones del mundo, pero ese lugar en el cielo está reservado para muy pocos. Tú que lo viviste, ¿cómo se siente?
Bueno, un poco lo que te decía antes, es difícil de explicar cómo se siente uno. La sensación por ahí, la que me pasó a mí, salvando la distancia obviamente y no comparando porque no tiene nada que ver, pero cuando gané la Copa del Mundo a nivel profesional fue, ya digo, no comparo, pero salvando la distancia tuve la misma sensación. Tuve la misma sensación que cuando nacieron mis hijos, una sensación de que una sensación que bueno, el que tuvo la suerte de vivirlo sabe lo que significa y que es difícil de explicar qué se siente en ese momento. Es tan especial y tan grande que todo lo que seguía queda corto y bueno, me pasó un poco eso.
¿Y te cambió la vida? ¿La vida sigue igual? ¿Cómo cambiaron las cosas después de eso?
No, cambiar la vida no, porque siempre viví de la misma manera y después de eso continué con queriendo seguir ganar, queriendo seguir cosas y en el día a día normal, como lo hacía antes de ser campeón del mundo, pero...
Todavía vas al supermercado.
Pero sí que es verdad que la tranquilidad de haberlo conseguido todo a nivel profesional y en lo deportivo sí que me cambió mucho.
En los últimos tiempos vemos un Leo Messi que va más allá de la cancha. Casi ya como empresario, hay varios proyectos como Tu Bebida Más Plus, By Messi, tus hoteles Min, Entraste hace poco como socio en la cadena de restaurantes del Club de la Milanesa, que por supuesto hay uno aquí mismo en la ciudad de Miami. ¿Qué mundos te interesan más allá del fútbol?
Bueno, la verdad que no... tuve una carrera deportiva muy larga, sigo teniendo, y siempre tuve gente alrededor mío de confianza y la cual se ocupaba un poco de todo eso. Pero también es verdad que en el último tiempo me llegó a interesarme mucho más por todo lo que se hacía, lo que se puede hacer. También el fútbol tiene una fecha de caducidad, lamentablemente, y en algún
lamentablemente. No, ¿verdad? No.
En algún momento...
Nunca.
En algún momento se termina y me gusta empezar a ver qué se puede llegar a hacer, para dónde puedo llegar a arrancar, pero el tema empresarial es algo que me interesa, que me gusta, que me gustaría aprender, seguir aprendiendo mucho, porque la verdad que no sé nada, estoy arrancando en esto como
empresario. Te parece que puedes jugar por siempre, pero... Parece que puedes jugar por siempre.
No, bueno, pero es lo que te decía, ¿no? Siempre dediqué el 100% del tiempo a mi profesión, a mi familia, y es lo que me dediqué, ¿no? Pero sé que se viene otra cosa, otro mundo, y de a poquito me voy metiendo.
Ahora tienes... también que está trayendo un torneo a Miami de los niños de sub-16 que va a traer a algunos de los mejores clubes del mundo: el Barcelona, el Manchester City, el River Plate, el Inter de Milán. ¿Tenemos River Plate aquí? ¿Ok? River Plate. El Chelsea, además de nuestro querido, por supuesto, Inter Miami. Ese torneo se llamará la Messi Cup. Hablamos un poco de ese proyecto.
Bueno, es algo que decidimos hacer con el club y darle la oportunidad también a los chicos de nuestro club, que tengan la posibilidad de enfrentarse a chicos de otros lugares también, como ya lo hacen y viajan a diferentes lugares a jugar torneos. Queríamos traer algo a casa y que sean ellos los que nos visiten. Y creo que es una linda oportunidad. Creo que el fútbol, bueno, me lo podrás decir vos mejor, en Miami ha crecido muchísimo.
Buenísimo.
Que hoy hay muchos chicos que a muy temprana edad ya quieren jugar y por todos lados se ve practicando el deporte. Y bueno, ojalá sea una linda experiencia para los chicos que vienen, para los chicos del club, y que se pueda seguir manteniendo y pueda seguir creciendo, ¿no? Que sea una linda experiencia y que la gente que participe le quede un hermoso recuerdo de este torneo y se pueda seguir haciendo. Creo que va a estar muy bueno para todos los chicos de esa edad que lo jueguen, y para los que lo puedan ir a ver los partidos. Creo que van a haber partidos muy lindos, porque vienen equipos de toda parte del mundo y equipos muy grandes.
Eres un ejemplo como padre, eres un tremendo esposo, pero tú tienes un compromiso de llevar a tus hijos al entrenamiento de fútbol y luego lo llevas a sus partidos en los fines de semana. ¿Qué te sientes cuando tú ves a tus hijos jugar? ¿Tú te piensas